Kerr County Commissioners Court is now in session. It is Monday, December the 12th, 2022. We're 9 o'clock in the morning. And we will begin by the prayer and the pledge, which will be led by Commissioner Harris.
Please bow your heads. Lord, we want to thank you for the little bit of rain you're sending our way. Please give us some more. We can always use it in the Hill Country. We ask that you watch over our friends and loved ones as we travel during the holidays coming up, and be with us and guide us, keep us safe. Lord, thank you for all that you provide. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. This is the point where I remind everyone to turn your cell phones off or turn them to silence. And I forgot mine this morning, so I'm without a phone. But I have my iPad for the atomic time. So, the next thing on the agenda would be public input. We have one person that signed up to address the court during public input, and Jim Sandy.
Good morning. My name's Jim Sandy. I live at 3940 Oak Park Drive. At the November 28 Commissioners meeting, Tony Weedig questioned the value of the county's contract with Global Spectrum to manage the Hill Country Youth Event Center. Between Weidig's comments in court and his coverage in the Kerr County League, I was left with the impression that the contract with Spectrum is a bad deal for the county. However, after looking into this issue myself, I found that the contract is significantly better for the county than Weidig portrayed, and I thought it was therefore important that I present my findings to the public. In his presentation to the court, Weidig stated that Spectrum has a sweet deal. He claimed that while the county pays for operating expenses, Spectrum gets a big management fee along with the revenue from the event center. I disagree with this characterization. In fiscal year 21, Spectrum's total fee was about $80,000. This fee does not seem excessive, and it is the only money that Spectrum keeps after operating expenses are paid. Here, operating expenses include the salaries and benefits of the Spectrum employees who manage the event center, as well as other expenses. Contrary to Weidig's characterization, Spectrum does not keep the revenue from the event center. Instead, the revenue is applied towards the operating expenses. It should also be noted that since 2015, Spectrum has contributed $160,000 to the county to be used for capital improvements at the event center. In addition to his verbal presentation, Weidig also presented a handout to the court. The handout contained an analysis which concluded that the county lost $625,000 at the event center in fiscal year 21. However, his analysis contained several errors, including the incorrect assumption that Spectrum kept the revenue. The correct analysis shows a loss of about $430,000, significantly less than Weidig's estimate of $625,000. While it is true that the event center loses money in the sense that expenses are greater than revenues, this does not account for the additional sales tax collected by the county from attendees spending in the area. Also, some of the loss is due to official county events held at the event center free of charge, such as early voting. Concerning the county's contract with Spectrum, I don't know if it is the best possible deal for the county, but I do know that it is better than what was presented on November 28th. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. That was the public input portion of the agenda. We'll move on to commissioners' comments. Precinct 1.
I finally burned the brush pile this weekend. I'm very conservative when it comes to that sort of stuff.
I have none.
2, 3,
I think I'm good.
4.
A little birdie, but that's about it.
Very good. So let's move on to the consideration agenda. Item 1.1 is consider, discuss, and take appropriate action on a request to use the courthouse grounds on December 17 and 18, which is this next weekend, from 5:30 p.m. to 9 p.m. for carriage rides. Mr. Getch, how do you say your name? Did I say it right?
Yes, sir, you did. My name's Matt Getch. I live in 155 Catalina Court, Precinct 1. I'd like to use the courthouse grounds as a base to load and unload carriage ride, the folks that are wanting to do the carriage rides. It'd be from about 5:30 to 9 p.m. on December the 17th and 18th. Is there any concerns or questions?
Well, I don't know.
It's a staging area is what you're talking
Yes,
about.
sir. Yes, sir. It definitely is. Yeah, it's a staging area here in front of the courthouse. What we did, was made aware that this is something I need to have as a permit. I wasn't aware of that before. I actually did it before.
Well,
now that I know that it's
Well, the county doesn't permit. The city permits.
okay.
So, and I'm just curious. All this is legal? You run this by the city? They're good with this?
There's no city. Yeah, there's no city. I can go. Yeah, the city has no codes or enforcement on carriage rides except I have a slow-moving emblem. That's the only thing that now in the city park there's more. It's very detailed down there, but inside the city limits, no. The only thing I'm asking you guys is that I can use the county premises for the staging area.
Where do you plan to take the, where do they go?
Okay, so I started the tree here, and then I go out and I go around down Earl Garrett to Water, and then I come back up on 16, and then Jefferson, and then I come in the back of the courthouse. It's about an 8-9 minute ride.
Now, we have an event on the 18th. It's the lighting of the menorah. So there'll be people here on that Sunday evening at dark for that. So that adds traffic to the parking lot.
Sure, I've been here for it. Again, I'm just now making aware that I may need a permit from the county to use the county services. I don't want to say that over and over, but so
Well,
I've been there.
I don't want you to say it over and over. We're not going to give a permit. We don't permit. The county does not permit. We don't have authority to permit. I'm looking at my county attorney.
He's probably been provided a copy of our courthouse grounds use policy, and so he's asking permission to be able to use
Right.
it. And the only question I have is, do you have insurance?
I do. I have a $2 million policy.
Okay.
Permission, no permit.
Permission.
Okay.
That's one of these.
Well, you know, you can't take the lawyer out of me. I'm sorry.
Right.
I have no problem. I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second to approve using the courthouse as a staging ground for carriage rides on December 17 and 18 from 5:30 to 9. Any discussion?
Just that wherever you set up, you make provision for what's going to be going on with
We
the
can do it.
lighting.
We made
Yeah.
that work last time.
Good, one way or the other.
All right.
Okay. Anything else? Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? There being none, unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sounds fun.
1.2, update from the Kerr County Sexual Assault Response Team. Ms. Olden. Got Mr. Ives and Kim Olden here. And I'll set the stage for you. I know y'all going to present this. For those of you that don't know, the legislature 2 years ago decided that every county must have a sexual assault response team and a protocol. But they didn't bring it to my attention. And we were supposed to have done it last year. We didn't. We learned about it this year when Brent gave me a call and reminded me that this is something that needed to be addressed. And so we have formed a team. We have 2 representatives here. We've been working on the protocol, sexual assault response team protocol, response protocol, I guess I should say. And that's what they're here to present. And we have the deadline. We have to have this done by the end of this year. And we made it. By the skin of our teeth, we made it.
Good morning, I'm Kim Olden. I work with Hill Country Crisis Council. I'm the Director of Programs, and this is Brent Ives, the Executive Director. And I think we made it a little bit closer than the skin of our teeth. We still have a few days. So the MOU went out, the MOU for the Sexual Assault Response Team went out last week with DocuSign technology. We have 2 signatures left to get, and then that will be sewn up. Our first meeting is scheduled for the 2nd Wednesday in January, which is the 11th, I believe. Mandate requires we have quarterly meetings, and on every odd number year before December 30th, we present a report to the Commissioners Court. We're prepared to do that. So we will meet every third month beginning January for the second Wednesday of the month. Our members are Lucy Wilkie from the 216th, Stephen Harthold from the 198th, Carl Arredondo from Kerr County Sheriff's Office, Jonathan Klein from Kerrville Police Department, Aubrey Reed and Shay Spencer from Mercy Gate Ministries, Lisa King and Wendy Stone from Peterson Health, myself from Hill Country Crisis Council, and Brenna.
And the action that we need to take today is to have this court approve the protocol that's been established by the team.
The
Sir,
MOU,
the
and then the
MOU?
protocols will be approved at our first meeting, and a presiding officer will be elected.
Okay. Now, do you need any action from this court?
No.
Are there any questions or discussion about, we're meeting a mandate from the state to have this team.
Does the MOU have to be done by the end of the year? That's the part that has to be finished.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is an MOU with the members of the SART team, so what y'all did,
The stakeholders.
yes, sir, so what y'all did in October, I believe, was approve a resolution creating this team.
The team.
And then what they'll do is come to y'all and provide a report every other year. And if a member of the team leaves the team and a new appointment needs to be made, they'll come to y'all and provide a recommendation for that appointment, and we'll make it.
So this is going to operate kind of like our ESDs and other things where you have a nominee and you make an appointment, you approve it as people come and go.
They're essentially
There's a couple of
autonomous.
other boards we do that with.
They're essentially autonomous, and they're already providing the services. This is just a memorialization of the services that they actually provide. But they will report back to the county because the legislature said the county had to form them, so we did. And so they'll come give us, I think they're required by law to report every 2 years. Hopefully they'll come back a little bit more than that, but just kind of let us know how it's going. If it's going good, we just like 30 seconds of it's going good, thumbs up. If it's not going good, you need to come let us know so we can address whatever the problem
And
is.
if I may, these entities already work together responding to adult sexual assault in Kerr County. We already work together. This is just a formal mandate saying we must work together. So the good news is we're already doing it, but now we have pieces of paper behind it to back us up.
And one of the members, another item on the agenda here in just a minute, is going to be Mercygate. We have a nonprofit that sits on that board, and that's what we're going to have the next. Is it the next one?
Yeah, next item.
Yes. So don't leave. Let me go ahead and call item 1.3. Consider, discuss, take appropriate action to accept a memorandum of understanding between Kerr County and Mercygate Ministries to establish a grant agreement regarding the Office of the Governor's County Innovations to address commercial sex exploitation grant 4498701 for court training and court-appointed victim advocates for commercial sexual exploitation.
That was
Ms.
very
Putnam.
long, I apologize. So what we have here is we have received the grant from the Office of the Governor and are in partnership with Mercygate Ministries, and this is the memorandum of understanding for us to work together with the grant administration and management and all the procedures that are required by the Office of the Governor. And I do have Florence Hartsfield and Michelle Faust from Mercygate here as well in case you have any questions.
This MOU is required for them to be able to participate in the memorandum of understanding with our sexual assault response team. That's the purpose here.
No.
This is the what? Which one is this one?
These are two separate things. This is for the grant
Oh, the grant.
itself that we received from the Office of the Governor on their behalf. And so, because county funds, we received the grant.
This is for you to be able to help them administer that grant
Yes,
and have county oversight
for the funding, yes.
for the funding. Okay. Any motions?
So what is the MOU in here, Noel?
I'm sorry?
There's an MOU mentioned in here. What is the purpose of that?
The purpose is, we received money from the Office of the Governor for this grant, which we will then in turn hand over to Mercygate to administer the grant. And because we will be giving that money from the Office of the Governor, it is to make sure that our liability is protected in case there's a misuse of funds or anything of that nature, to guarantee that Mercygate does what they need to do, the county does what we need to do in order to follow the rules and procedures and regulations of the Office of the Governor, so that we can work together.
So the county is the administrator for all parties in this, in these funds?
No, Mercygate will be administering the grant.
Sounds like that we're somewhere in the middle of that.
We're delegating it. We're delegating it to them.
Which means we have to be accountable for it.
Yes, which is why we have the MOU.
And what does that actually mean? In other words, are they going to show you receipts, or are you how do we administer that, other than just being a pass-through?
There is a grant portal. So within the portal, we have Tanya, the judge, and myself can see what's going on, and there's annual reporting. I think they've decided they want to do it monthly, but you can do it quarterly. So they will place their reports. It will need to be certified by the judge if anything changes as far as the budget and line item goes. But those reports will come in, and they will work directly with me as well to keep all of our paperwork in order. And we can I don't know how else to explain. Do you have a better way of saying it?
Let me give a different perspective. Let's get in the helicopter and go up about 10,000 feet. County has to, when we apply for grants from the state of Texas, we administrate those grants. And we have accountability. We have to provide accountings. We have to approve how the grants are used, go through a whole complicated process, which is why we finally hired a grant administrator and a supervisor, and they work tirelessly doing this stuff. When we get grants, they usually go to specific, they come to the county, and we use them for road and bridge, we use them for the sheriff's office, we use them for crime victims, we use them for all kinds of things, where the county actually administers the grant and their departments.
But that's
our
within
offices.
our departments.
That's right.
Now we're watching over somebody else.
Well, what we did last year is we agreed to help Mercygate apply for a grant from the governor's office, which they got. But the governor's office only gives the grants to the county. So we get the money. And then what we have to do now is deliver that money to Mercygate for them to perform the services that they agreed they were going to provide. And we oversee that. And there's an accountability system, which, as you know, I'm not technologically proficient, and I have two very capable women helping me do this. We report back to the governor's office that we have overseen how the funds were used, and they were used appropriately. That's really what all it is. And because they're a nonprofit, this is the first time we've done this with an outside group.
But this is a contractual thing.
That's right. And so we have a memorandum of understanding which indemnifies us if they make any mistakes.
It sounds
so
like
it's not our
more
fault.
than that to me.
It requires
It's-
them to be responsible for fiscal management, and that they will do what they have promised.
Which
to
makes
do.
them accountable to us.
That's
Yes,
right.
They are accountable.
And in addition, this is a reimbursement grant. So they actually provide the
services
services
first.
prior to getting the money. So when they do their reporting, the services have already been performed. And so it's a reimbursement and not, oh, we will do this, we have done this, and now we get the funding. We've met those criteria for the funding.
Is the goal, or is this maybe getting ahead of us, for them to be able to go directly to the state and make application in the future? Is there a probationary period?
If that's possible, this particular grant is not available to nonprofits. So that is why the county had decided to help assist, because only local governments could apply for the grant.
So in essence, for people like me to be able to understand this is kind of like what we do with our veterans office. It's not something we have to do, it's something that we want to do, and therefore we fund it.
Yes, sir.
And there's an account. Now, in the case of the veterans office, we have employees of the county. This is outsourced. So that's why I asked the questions about the accountability from them and what we have to do to report back to the state to make sure we are in compliance.
Part of the agreement is that they are agreeing to follow all of the conditions placed on the grant by the Office of the Governor. So that includes the financial management and all of the other
Boxes.
Yes. So they're agreeing to that and to indemnify the county. And I think that this protects both parties. The agreement that we finally reached does protect both parties.
And so the viewing audience knows, Kerr County taxpayers are not paying a dime on this. This is partnership with a nonprofit that we're proud to associate with, and we're here to help facilitate the services they provide.
That's a good thing.
I move for approval.
Second. Got a motion and second to approve the MOU with Mercy Gate Ministries. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Thank you. Thank all of y'all.
Thank you.
And to brag on on Kim and Brent. Brent's the one that woke me up to the fact that we hadn't done what we should have done. And Kim is a consummate slave driver. She cracks the whip. I mean, and everybody in that room. I'm teasing her, of course, but she has been the scrivener to put all this together for her, and we're very thankful.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you.
And to the support of the Commissioners Court yourself. And for those of you that probably already know, but in this space of victim services, there's a very strong collaboration in this community between law enforcement and prosecutors and services like Mercy Gate and services like ours. And so this is just one other form how we are providing a very vital and critical service to the community and those that need it. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Let's move on to item 1.4, which is to consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to authorize the Kerr County Commissioners Court to obligate a portion, $250,000, of the American Rescue Plan Act funds to establish a new Veterans Pathway to provide pedestrian access from the Kerrville VA Medical Center to Flat Rock Park and to connect the pathway to the existing Kerrville River Trails system located near Loop 534. Ms. Putnam and former Commissioner Moser.
Yes, I was just going to go ahead and introduce former Commissioner Moser here. What we are doing now is in the process of trying to create a new plan, which we're calling the Veterans Pathway at this point in time. We would like to obligate a portion of the ARPA funding for this project. It would be about $250,000, which is what we have earmarked at this point in time. And Mr. Moser would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Tom Moser, 218 Yorktown Boulevard, Precinct 3. Just to review the bidding, 3 years ago we had a meeting with the county, the city, TxDOT, and I think it was one other there. Anyway, TxDOT. And so we were looking at providing a pathway from the Veterans Hospital down to Flat Rock Park, and then connecting to Riverwalk, okay? So that was 3 years ago. A year ago, we had submitted a intent for ARPA funds for this, and I think that is, Noel said $250,000 was designated for this project. To bring it up to date, what we have is three things. We've got a desire by all parties to participate in this activity, the ones that I identified a while ago, okay? We have a schedule, okay, to do it, and we have, with that, hopefully we'll get a commitment by all parties to do this. So where we stand today, and I've passed out a concept, let me just review that for you real quickly. You can see the pathway that goes from Veterans Hospital down to Highway 27. And Veterans Hospital, they have the pathway there, the sidewalk there, but there's some improvements needed for ramps and things like that, okay? Once it gets to Highway 27, the pedestrian crosswalk is there. TxDOT thinks there may need to be some update on that crosswalk to enable the veterans in motorized wheelchairs to cross at that point. Then from there, it's down to a very, very rough Tucker Lane, okay, which is a city street, quote unquote street, okay? It's full of ruts and things like that, even though the veterans traverse it today. So that would be a sidewalk that would be required from there down to Riverside. And then the county would pick up the effort from that point down to Flat Rock Park. Then to connect, so that gives the veterans access to Flat Rock Park, which a lot of them are using even today, and they've been using it for a long time. It's a very tough path for them to proceed. Then the next phase would be, or the next step would be, a sidewalk, okay, along Riverside Drive, going from east to west, connecting to the low water bridge there at Legion Crossing. Okay, that bridge is in existence. I've walked it. I think Beck has walked it. And oh, by the way, Beck asked me to give him a hand on this whole thing, so I'm here. It is, pardon the pun, but the beck and call, I guess, to help in this, and which I'm happy to do. Then with the bridge is in good condition as far as a pathway for veterans and other people. So then the next step is then connecting from the south end of the bridge up to the Riverwalk. Now the thing that's shown in the map that you have is a switchback. And the question today is, on that portion of the pathway, it can go in a more straightforward route if it goes a little bit west and connects to the river trail and doesn't have to have the switchback. The engineering design exists for that, but, okay, that's in TxDOT right-of-way. TxDOT said to enter that right-of-way and to build anything in it, it's got to have an environmental impact assessment. And their warning was that could take up to 2 years. The hope for this project, if it's approved by all the entities, okay, the city, the county, veterans, and TxDOT, is to have this thing completed a year next Veterans Day, which is November the 11th, 2023. The schedule that you have there is a way to accomplish that. Where we stand today is the city is looking at the cost of just a very rough cost to see where we are relative to $250,000. Seeing what that connection between the low water bridge and the riverside, the walkway is. That's a question, but I met with the Assistant City Manager, Michael Harness, the other day. I think they're going to try and estimate what that cost is. If not, they will establish what the estimated cost is for the connection other than a switchback, which again gets into TxDOT right away, which we hope we don't have to do that. Charlie Hastings and Kelly have said that they can give a rough estimate on all the other work that needs to be done, with the exception of TxDOT and Veterans Hospital. So we have a meeting next week where we're going to see where this thing fits. Hopefully we'll be able to get some feel for where we stand on the total cost. It'll just be a rough estimate. And then, as you can see from your schedule, then the next thing to do, if everybody still agrees to move forward on this, then to get a finite plan and a finite cost and come back to Commissioners Court, City Council, et cetera, and decide how to proceed.
Can I ask a real quick question?
Sure,
Al?
sure.
Your meeting next week is with the city?
No, it's with the whole group.
Oh, the whole group?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's with all the entities involved. And Rich Paces has been there, and
Okay.
Beck was there at our last meeting. So we've got everybody there, okay, from all the entities.
I'm for it, but I do have concerns. And my biggest concern is Tucker Street, as far as safety.
Uh-huh.
And if we build something and keeping the integrity of it with a lot of traffic going over it, and
Right.
large trucks and stuff like
Right.
that.
Right, and that's a very good point. And we've looked at the sidewalk between Highway 27 and Riverside Drive on both sides of Tucker, which is the best. Okay, looked at it from a safety standpoint. So the city is very concerned about that. Also, the city brought up a very good point about assuming that the pathway sidewalk along Tucker Street gets there, then a crossing on Riverside Drive, okay, it's in the middle of it's not an intersection per se there, So they were concerned about safety there, of anybody crossing there. So, but those safety concerns are paramount. Okay, agree with you 100%. The thing about, there's one added beauty to this. If this can be implemented, what it does is opens up the river walk, okay, all the way to Flat Rock Park, okay, and to the Veterans Hospital, obviously. But Flat Rock Park, from the entrance down to the dog park, is about a half a mile. So that gives a lot of access to a lot of people to take the 6 mile that exists on the river walk and extend it for another half mile to the beautiful Flat Rock Park. So that's where we are today. This is to brief you, and then as far as the proposed action, I'll let Noel.
Tom,
over there.
a couple of questions. Tucker Street is very similar to the situation that Mosty Nursery had.
Exactly.
Has anyone talked to the Maldonado family about getting an easement on the west side of their property so you don't have to go down Tucker Street? You miss a very dangerous intersection and you miss the middle of their business.
No, the answer is no. I talked to Ed Maldonado several years ago about this whole thing. He was willing to participate anyway. But Jonathan, no, that was not proposed, but it could be a good idea.
The plan so far is to go down the west side of it.
Well, you're still by the street. I mean, their equipment crosses that road 100 times a day.
Which means if you put something there that belongs to somebody else and now they're driving over it,
Yep.
it's different than crossing the city street. Now you're talking about federal funds and TxDOT and all these other entities having a say-so in who drives what over it. And if it's designated for one kind of vehicle and you're driving back and forth over it all the time, it seems to me that could be problematic. Don't know that it would be, but it sure sounds like the kind of thing that government gets involved in.
It just seems to me that you could, if you could go to where there's a little drainage area, you can see the little dots, which are all piles of material. That's on the west side of that. And Maldonado owns both sides of that little drainage area. You could put it right next to the drainage area, and it'd be cheaper to build. You'd cross Riverside at a much better place. The other question is,
But Jonathan, for clear, you're suggesting that consider on the west side of the Maldonado storage yard over there,
Yes.
correct? Okay, okay. There's a lot of good things with that. There's probably some bad things too. I don't know. We did answer your question. We have not looked at that.
and the other thing is, have we looked at the right-of-way along Riverside Drive as to how wide that is and who owns it?
Well, it's a city street, okay, in that portion, and it would just, pardon me, would just be a sidewalk. It would not be the 10-foot wide river walk along there. And
Right.
I think that there's also been a request by Veterans Hospital to the city to put a sidewalk there anyway for veterans to be able to get down to Stripes and some other places.
I just wonder, some of that property has recently changed hands and people are spending a lot of money on it, and I'm wondering is it prescriptive right-of-way? Is there a 60-foot right? I mean, it's a pretty narrow road. I'm just wondering, is there enough right-of-way currently to put in a safe sidewalk without using?
Well, that's what we're looking at right now.
A lot of this depends on some engineering study, which is part of the reason Noel said that we need to get approval to spend the funds for engineering to get this started, to answer some of those questions.
Yeah, it was suggested that let's go get an engineer to do all this kind of stuff. We said, well, first of all, before we do that, let's just try and scope this whole project, cost-wise, to see what it would be. Then, Jonathan, the things, you're bringing up some very good points there. Then that'd have to be done to make sure that we've got the right clearances, the right safety conditions, and all the best way to do it.
And to put it in perspective, we included this in our budget process. And what they're doing now is they're meeting with the right parties. We have everybody that has an interest, a stakeholder in this, at the table. You got TxDOT, you got the city, everybody's there. We need the seed money to do some of the engineering and fine tune this stuff to bring it back for final approval. But This is just to go ahead, what Noel's asking us to do is to go ahead and obligate those ARPA funds, which we haven't done, for the, be able to use the seed money to get the engineering studies to complete this stuff. Now, in answer to some of your concerns, I would think that we could sit down with the city and talk about whether or not the city would be willing to go ahead and abandon Tucker
That's a good idea.
for Maldonado's use, and get in exchange for Maldonado to give us an easement on the west side of his property that's going to be a lot safer getting across there. But we're still in the planning stage. We're in the exploratory stage in order to be able to bring these fine-tuned solutions back to this court. But the thing I love about it is I never understood why Kerrville didn't do the river trail before now. But that is a wonderful addition to this community. And what this does is allows that river trail de facto to now extend across Legion and come back up to Flat Rock Park, which is also something I think that would be very, very beneficial to the public to be able to access that. And veterans especially, but the whole public.
There'd be a lot of entities that would benefit from this. There's one other thing that I would bring up is I think the city, in my discussions with the city, they do not have in their budget this year anything for this. Okay,
Right.
so I've talked with Tanya and Heather about what restrictions and with Noel. If the $250,000 is there, if that were to be sufficient for the whole thing, could those funds be used to help provide the services and the construction needed by all the other entities? So.
And that's one of the reasons why we're coming forward today to ask for you to obligate the funds, is because there is a set of procedures and rules that we have to follow federally for the ARPA funds. And so without putting the cart before the horse, if we get these obligated, we can go forth and do the procedural requirements correctly in order to make agreements or interlocal agreements, easements of land. There's none that I know of, but very limited, if any, restrictions on the use of the funding for anything that could be required in this project. We are pretty free to spend it however we need to in order to get it accomplished. We just need it to be obligated in order to go forth procedurally correctly for the federal funding. For instance, like RFQs, if we needed to get an engineer or anything of that nature.
And curiously, actually, the county is out in front of this. The city doesn't have it in their budget. It's not on TxDOT's radar until we brought them in. So we're leading this charge. And that's why we're asking for authorization to obligate these funds to get the studies so that we can move this thing forward. Because otherwise, we're stuck a year before the city can go back and put anything in their budget.
What is this amount based on?
It was just an estimate that Charlie Hastings and I did a couple of years ago.
I'd like to get
I remember when you
closer
did
to
it.
the real number, for one thing. And if there are other entities that are going to be part of this, if the $250,000 is expected to be, and we don't know, if that's expected to be the whole enchilada, pay for everything, then the others have a part to play, and how is that going to be worked out?
Look at your schedule there, because I've got that.
I saw that, but
Okay.
I'm talking about in real terms, dollar amounts obligated to this.
What-
If we obligate all the money to it and don't spend all the money, are the other guys going to pay in and we don't have to use all the money, or how does that part of it work? It's
Exactly.
ARPA funds, so you have to educate me, Noel.
Well, in addition to that, it is allowable for that funding to also do enhancements or improvements. So if there is additional funding that is left over, say, for instance, there is discussion and could be done where we could put a fishing dock, a fish feed, or charging stations, anything of that nature to enhance the park can also be used.
So
to
you're
make
saying it has to be spent once it's obligated?
No,
No.
it does not have to be spent. We can
No.
do whatever we want.
Well, then why can't we obligate 100,000 and wait for the other guys to kick in their money? 100,000 will carry us a long ways on this.
I believe that would be up to the court to make that decision.
That's my suggestion.
Well,
We don't go in all in on
I
this.
agree with you 100%, and the way the agenda item reads, it says obligate a portion of it. Well, that's pretty open-ended.
Right.
And,
The portion is referring to the entire ARPA fund
the chunk of money we got.
chunk of money. This is, we're obligating $250,000 today because that's kind of where we think it's gonna go. Frankly, I'm concerned that it's not enough.
I agree with that.
Well, I
don't
agree with
think it
that
is
too,
enough.
And,
but
well,
we don't need to be paying all of it until we know what it is. My question is this, if we obligate the money, must it be used, or can we just pay in our portion of it? It's just sitting in the bank?
The
and
answer is
paying it?
yes.
Okay.
The procedural hurdle that we're trying to overcome today is there's a complicated process in dealing with the federal government to have those funds paid, okay? And so they need to know that the Commissioners Court has authorized the obligation of a portion of those funds. And we're not here to tell you exactly what it's going to cost. They're not trying to tell us that. The reason we're taking the lead is because we have the Veteran Services Office and Council. And they've been pushing for this for years, and we thought it was a very worthwhile project.
It is a worthwhile project, but if it's gonna cost $400,000, our portion should not be $250,000.
That's just what's in our budget. Those placeholder budgets that we do, we put
Which
that.
is why I'm suggesting if you put it, it wouldn't matter how much then.
Harley,
If it's a placeholder.
To address the proposal is, or the schedule, plan is come back in March, okay? With the details of exactly what it's gonna cost for each portion and what each one of the entities can do, should do, and how we proceed then to implement the program.
Can
So-
we authorize just the amount for the engineering study at this point until we find out what the total amount is?
Yeah, we can
I
do
mean,
that.
that's basically, I mean,
Sure, and then do the rest of it back in the March timeframe. And that would be okay.
that makes more sense to
I
me.
would prefer
Yeah,
that.
then that's fine.
'Cause
That's
it-
fine.
I think, I agree with Beck, I think it's probably cost more than that. I mean, the whole project, and then in that interim, we can work. The first step is the engineering study.
I don't know that we know what the engineering will cost either.
We don't.
Over
So-
$100,000.
I don't think so. We're trying, no, anyhow.
The judge's idea about having Tucker Street closed,
Abandoned.
really good idea, abandon that, and
Yeah.
that's something that should be worked on, I think, before we get to any pricing or anything.
I don't think the city's gonna have any problem with
That's gonna change
that.
the price.
I know that Charlie was working on a preliminary schematic study engineering, wasn't he?
Mhm.
Yes.
Have we gotten that yet?
No, we'll do that next Wednesday.
Can we hold this until when Charlie gets here at 10 o'clock, bring this item back up and get an estimate of what the engineering study is gonna be? And at that point, obligate those funds?
I don't know that Charlie's looked at that, Jonathan, because it's, the engineering study would, we haven't gone back to the city and said, if we do the switchback concept of connecting the bridge to the Riverwalk, what that engineering estimate would be. I think if you look at this this is a status, okay? We haven't gotten an estimate or even a quote from engineering on what it would take to do each one of these, or all this stuff. So this is to bring it to the court and say, it's a worthwhile project, the ARPA funds are there, let's proceed with the concept, okay? And with maybe the term of obligation of the $250,000 is putting the cart before the horse on that. And we could come back to the court too after next Wednesday and get an idea of what this ROM cost is gonna be. And Charlie could probably have an opportunity to find out something about an engineering cost to do this. I don't think he's got it right now, John.
Okay. I
And
think that's the
I
way
would
to go.
like to speak with GrantWorks prior to that as well, because I do want to verify that it is okay to maybe perhaps do an engineering study prior to obligation, because it is required the procedures that are required. So if we do have an engineering study, I don't know if we can do that before we obligate the funds, or if it has to be done after.
Well, we have to do a contract, I mean, it's gotta come back to the court before we can do an engineering contract. So we can obligate it at that time when we know what the amount's gonna be.
Now, do we want to foot the bill for that, or is that gonna be split three ways?
I don't think the other parties are planning to
Other
split.
parties are not,
I think that we
they're
should,
not
The
committed.
engineering
I
is
think
all
that-
on us?
Yes,
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah.
This,
So let me-
this is our baby.
Let me ask a question about the switchback. You said that that's in the text dot easement, Tom.
No, the connection.
Right away.
It's there to avoid it.
Yeah, no, we're trying, the
Trying
switchback
to
is to
avoid it.
avoid the
Yes.
right of way.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
But it sounds like to me that, and I'm just saying, I'm looking to my colleagues here, there's consensus on the court to go forward. But what we probably need to do is submit RFQs for the professional services and bring that back to us.
Sure.
And let's do this in bite-sized pieces rather than the whole baby.
I agree.
Good.
But where we are, and check with GrantWorks, we want to make sure we dot i's and cross t's. Just make sure that we know the next step we have to take, but let's get something that's a little bit more concrete and specific.
I might add one thing, the switchback, the detail engineering on that has not been done. The detail engineering on the connection which goes through TxDOT right away has been done. The drawings exist. The city, Michael Harness was going to discuss with TxDOT this requirement for the environmental impact and see how hard that is.
It's
So if
possible,
that could be
it's
done.
possible they might be able to avoid it, is what
Right,
it's.
and that would be able to avoid.
Look, they
a lot
are
of
TxDOT.
engineering.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that, precisely, okay, good enough.
Anybody that's worked with the state knows it's TxDOT.
Well, this is a good project. I think everybody agrees on that. It's just a matter of jumping in, with both feet.
Sure.
ahead
Well,
of time.
if we get a little bit more information through Noel about GrantWorks and the precise steps that we need to take and what we can and cannot obligate at what times, and then put out an RFQ so that we can have engineers bidding to tell us what they would do this work for how much. That gives us a lot more concrete footing to start this thing.
The RFQ process at a minimum is going to take 2 to 3 weeks in order to do the publications and everything in the newspaper. So someone would need to draft the RFQ and get it over to GrantWorks to have their procurement team review it and get it out there. So it's going to take a little bit of time. That's probably the most time-consuming portion that is going to be required for the ARPA funding. Because we do have to put a notice in the newspaper and then wait a week and put another notice in the newspaper and go around court in order to get permissions. So
That'll
that's
probably be
kind of why we were here and trying to instigate this, is because that is the most lengthy part of it, and it kind of needs to be done at the beginning so we have a scope of work.
Well, I think I've got to look at the county attorney to make sure I can do this on the basis of what this agenda item says. But I think that we ought to authorize y'all to submit an RFQ for the design of this so that we have something more concrete to work with. And once we get the RFQs back and we have a chance to evaluate those, then obligate the funds. What we're really doing here is unofficially obligating the funds for the engineering for this project. Is that what we're doing?
I think really it's the court's desire for the intent to proceed.
Yes.
It's the intent to proceed, yeah.
But what we're going to have these technical steps that we're going to have to take to obligate funds.
Right.
And so I defer to GrantWorks to tell us what those steps are. But we want to get the ball rolling
Okay.
as soon as possible.
And I do have those steps. It's just going to take a few processes, but we can definitely do it.
So I don't think you need to take any action then if that's your intent, if that's what the court wants
Okay.
for Noel to move on next. I don't think that you need to take any action under the agenda item as it's posted.
So you have our blessing, proceed.
Proceed with
But
our,
we
Tom,
need a
do
court
it.
order in order to go out for RFQ.
You will need a court order to go out for RFQ, so you'll have to get that.
Okay.
Drafted
I make a
and come back to
motion.
the court.
I make a motion that we submit an RFQ on this project.
Well,
Is that okay with
that's
this
not okay
agenda
with that
item?
agenda item.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
So if she understands that she needs to get to drafting or get help get
But we could-
drafting, then you can get the RFQ
Heather,
approved at a later time.
but Noel can work with Charlie and Tom and whoever to develop
The RFQ.
the RFQ, and then we can authorize it at our next meeting.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
We'll have more information.
Then we know, yeah.
Got
Hey,
a
Commissioner
plan.
Moser, we appreciate your persistence. See this thing through for us.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is 1.5, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action on a request from the Texas Pork Producers Association to use Flat Rock Park from February 9 at 10 a.m. through February 12 at 10 p.m. for the overflow livestock trailer parking during the Texas Elite Showcase event that is going on at the Hill Country Youth Event Center. Jake?
Good morning, Your Honor, Commissioners. Back again for our annual ask to use Flat Rock Park for the Texas Elite Showcase for their staging area and overflow parking for the Elite Showcase. It's coming February 9th through February 12th. I would be remiss, this does not include the dog park. So Flat Rock Park, not the dog park.
I move for approval.
Second.
We've been there on that one. We've got a motion and a second to approve the Pork Producers Association event at Flat Rock Park. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous, thank you.
Thank you.
Item 1.6, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to accept the 2021-2022 annual report of the Texas Hill Country Youth Event Center. Jake?
We do have a slideshow presentation. I might skip over a few slides because I know everybody can read, and this will be posted on the county website later, so people can reference it at that time. But I'm here today to present the 2021-2022 annual report. So again, the statement of purpose for the Hill Country Youth Event Center is to hold events and also be a public assembly facility in need of emergency. The county has contracted us to manage that for them, and we do so with pride. I'm turning in this annual report today for approval. We'll go through the process there, but you'll see that we had a banner year, accomplished a lot of great things, and as always, we're always striving to be better this year. To highlight, we have transitioned to Oakview Group, officially OVG 360. What that means is you're still contracted under Global Spectrum. We've just been merged with another larger entity. This is not a bad thing, it's a great thing. This company is worldwide, has a great portfolio, including the new Moody Arena in Austin, Texas, that was just announced as the highest grossing venue in the world. So, big players, a lot of good things come from that, a lot of good knowledge, a lot of good employees. So we're learning even more than we have as professional assembly workers and event people to do even better and to learn even more. So amazing things, especially for this region, as Oakview Group has, with Austin and the surrounding areas, offices there, where our former company was in Philadelphia.
Right.
So more local. So very good things there, as well as I've been transitioned to a different region for my district general manager, which is a lot closer to y'all. So only 4 hours away instead of 1,000 miles.
But what you're here today for is asking us to go ahead and approve this Pork Producers event.
No, this is the annual report.
Just the annual report?
Yeah, this is the next item.
Okay.
So
So do we have any action item on the
Well,
annual
yeah, he's
report?
gonna go
Just
through.
one.
Okay.
Hit the highlights.
just the highlights. So everybody knows the Hill Country Youth Event Center is a large campus. It includes the Happy State Bake Expo Hall, the Show Barn, River Stars Events Park, the indoor arena and the outdoor arena. Those are the places we manage. It also has 4-H on site. Things we accomplished last year we had the Hill Country Gala that featured Pat Green at your facility. We had gun shows. We had a lot of ag events to include the Kerr County Stock Show, the Hill Country Grandstand, Texas Elite Showcase, and the Colton Tosh Memorial. Along with that, we had traveling shows like Motor X Circus, which was a motorcycle circus that came to town, as well as the Renaissance Festival, which is every year in January, February, which we thoroughly enjoy. So, on to the numbers. I know that's what people look for most of the time, and we came in $7,534 under budget after income and expenses were all taken care of. We welcomed, by our count, 77,128 folks into the building. 11,600 of those were people we describe as youth, so under about 12 years of age. So very good things there. We did 427 event days. People might get confused because there's not that many days in a year. It's because the facility has multiple places to rent. So there's hardly any day where we do 0 events or 1 event. There are many days there's 3, 4, 5. So, if you want to look at the overalls again, our overall income was $241,083 with $512,016 in expenses. 10% of those expenses roughly were maintenance related. Building supplies, housekeeping, fixing light bulbs, fixing broken things. So just so people know on that, which got us to our total. Next slide. We do like to break things down. As event people, we like to know kind of everything that's going on. We call it an event mix. Your event mix is meetings, consumer shows, banquets, community charity events, our show barn events, our other conventions, and our special events. Those make up 92% of your events. The remaining things are the annual rodeo, a circus that might come through, and some other conventions. So this is the bulk of what goes on out there. To note, 52% of our events are community or charity, which means free to those groups to use the facility. 52% of our revenue comes from banquets. And consumer shows are our highest attended events. Next slide. This is just a graph depicting kind of a ratio from year to year, showing paid event days and event days in total. So people can see that the COVID dip is now visible, how we went down and right back up. Next slide. To look at our fiscal year comparisons on numbers, you will see that the easiest way to look at it is 212% income growth since the end of our first fiscal year. That's not when we started, that's when we ended our first year, which means since the county was managing it, that number could be even more. Just the way we report, 212% income growth. So very good over 7 years to do that. Of course, expenses change and all that with the time, and that's why the loss is still there. That income absolutely helps maintain the buildings and facilities, but it doesn't cover all the expenses. Next slide. We also like to show fiscal year, like we said, the event mix. The big bar in the middle is the free events. They went way up during COVID because we had more COVID things, and then started coming back down, but they have remained high. More people are using us for that. County departments have used us more. Elections now has more out there as well, so we're excited for that. The biggest dip is from the show barn events because we had a tenant, our roller derby team, that when COVID hit went away. So that's why you see it go from over 100 uses a year down to about 30 something. Okay? Next. New data we've been getting from the Visitors Bureau, which is exciting to us, which we really think brings it together and starts showing that impact. We have not done an economic impact study to date, but this really starts that off, is the top half here, this is your visitors. This is people that live 50 to 3,761 miles away. You'll see that we are a major point of interest for town, the county. So trailing right behind the Kerrville Parks, the mall, and Shriner University. We have more visitors than the people that go to the convention centers, but that's where they stay. So we are 8% of all trips that come to Kerr County come to your event center. That's a big deal. Next slide. All the data, so this is everybody that's come out there. This is distance 0. So these are locals as well. It shows up top, 144,000 trips from Kerr County, Texas. This is including the parking lot. This includes 4-H, people going to the barn, and this is trip. So this is why the number doesn't match your attendance, but it's good to note how many people come out there from all these places. You know, almost 7,000 people from Bandera came out to the facility last year. So again, big deal. You have visitors coming. We're taking care of them for you. My favorite slide, same slide, is this one that says monthly volume by visitors days. You'll see a huge spike in February. This is due to all the visitors coming to town in February. Pork Producers is in February. The Renaissance Festival is in February. We had the quilt show, the spa show, dog agility, the Rotary Club, and a gun show, to name a few things last February. That's a big deal. That's a big volume. If people come to town in February, they do know that it's hard to find a hotel room. It's hard to find anywhere to stay because they're booked up. So the other months match pretty well with our event mix to show. Again, these are people that live 50 miles minimum away, so these are your visitors. It shows good growth from 2020 to 2021, from 21 to 22 on that graph there on the bottom. So you can see we are growing, came back from some COVID downturns from people visiting your facility. So really good data. We're still learning more about it to see what that means economically for y'all. But if anybody looks at the sales tax rolls, you'll see that they've been increasing, and we're part of that. You're all a part of that. So that was last year. What's the future hold? A lot of great things. We're working on maintenance projects. We're working on improvements to the park. You now have a new liquor license that unfortunately wasn't in use last weekend because of cancellation, but we will see returns on that in a hurry. So you will see even more revenue coming from that stream, and we're excited to see kind of the results of that in the first year and kind of grow it from there. We have good groups coming that haven't been here before. Of course, this report's from the past. We already had Cirque Italia come to town. The Chamber of Commerce had their awards banquet this year in October, November already. But we are looking at the Thin Blue Line Convention next year. You're going to welcome a national BMW motorcycle group next year for a convention. And we have new jackpot ag shows in sales pending at this moment as well. So you're going to see some new people, a lot fewer holes in your schedule. So, the 427 events we did last year, if we hit 450, I'll be ecstatic. But we're not going down. So that is the annual report, kind of nuts and bolts, tried to do as fast as I could. I know there's a lot of information there. I know people have questions, but I'm happy to answer those at this time or at a later time to the public.
That's good.
Any questions?
Yeah, Jake, how do you get your information as far as where people are from?
This data is from the Visitors Bureau. It's off of cell phone data. So anybody with a cell phone, when it pings, it hits that parking lot or area, and we know where you're
Can't
at.
escape it, can you? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That sums that up.
It's a great question. That's where it's from. Pretty accurate.
How reliable is that?
Pretty accurate.
Yeah.
From what I'm told. I'm not a.
Do you know how many people in this county have area codes that are not from this county or even this state?
A
So
lot
how do
of
they
them.
track that?
I
You have a
can't
cell
speak to
phone you
that.
bring with you from Kansas or someplace else. How do they tell that that person doesn't just live here?
I don't know.
I don't think they can.
Yeah,
But it's,
I know, I've
but it's
noticed that too.
a volume, they may not be able to tell well, but I think there it is the volume on the tower out in that
I'm
area.
sure.
But, yeah, but you're right.
There's some give in it.
Yeah.
That's all I'm
Yeah.
telling you.
Great.
It's like I said, we haven't done the whole study, but I think that's a good representation
Sure.
of things. So it's a general number, I'm sure.
Sure.
I'll make a motion, we accept the annual report.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to accept the annual report.
Comments on this?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Rick.
Your Honor, Commissioners, my name is Rich Paces. I live in Center Point. And look, I asked to speak on this item just because I too have questions. I was actually in the last Commissioners Court when Tony Wettig prepared his analysis, made his comments. I thought they were very good comments. They may or may not be entirely accurate, that's a different matter. But I think that's a matter of the data that he had to work with, which was available to the public. And I just want to encourage transparency. I have some questions for the report. I'd love to see a lot more detail. We're talking about $512,000 in operating expenses. What is that? Within that, 53,361 maintenance related. And of course, I'd like to see more detail on that, because maintenance, or lack thereof, is what got us in the position where we proposed a bond for $8 million just for the ag barn. So exactly what are we doing with respect to maintenance? And you know, are we going to at least have some bites? What's in this year's budget for maintenance?
Rich,
Again, I just want to see a lot more detail.
Want me to answer any of these as you go in on that? I can get
Before or after,
Okay.
I would have liked to have seen it in the annual report, or at least during the presentation here. Just greater detail. You know, I've got some questions as to what's the actual cost to the county? Because it's not real clear what happens to the income and how that offsets expenses. So is the net income, which is a loss of $271,000, is that the county's cost total for the year? I don't know. Yes, please answer that.
That's the count of, under the contract, that's the loss. There is still some additional spent by our maintenance department on major repairs and things of that nature. As an answer, Jake handles day-to-day maintenance. Our maintenance department does major repairs, capital improvement type items, or capital repairs. As the landlord, we own it.
Yeah.
But Jake does through his company, does all of the daily maintenance,
Sure.
cleaning, that type of thing.
Yeah. Well, it would be great, though, if we're talking about the youth event center, that we could kind of wrap it all together and include the added cost the county incurs on this facility. It's a great facility. I'm sure it could be better. Look forward to working with Jake and his group to make it better. But I just want to encourage transparency. You know, look, I took the tour with the Capital Improvements Planning Committee, and I requested a lot more detail. Never got it. Hence, I kind of got active and campaigned against the bond propositions, as you are probably well aware. And again, it's a red flag when I don't see adequate information, especially when you ask for it. So again, I'm just looking for details, a breakdown on the operating expenses and the actual maintenance costs. And I'd love to hear what the county is incurring in additional costs and see some detail on that, whether it's part of the OVG's report or not. Additional questions, we're showing negative revenue for charity community of 6,984 and special events of 849. How does that work? Does that just mean that we had costs with those non-revenue generating events, and that's how you're dealing with that? Or?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, that wasn't real clear. And again, I guess the 212% income growth, that's from the start of Spectra's.
The end of our first year.
The end of the first year. Yeah, it would just be good to have a little more clarity in the report that that's what that means. Certainly the year-to-year income growth is not 200%, which some people may have been confused on. I guess those are the major questions. And again, I really would like to get focused on maintenance, because I know that's an issue, especially for the ag barn. And although the bond failed, we still have work to do there to try to make it better. But I guess we need to see the details on what's being asked for and how we might possibly address that. So I'll leave it with that. Again, my ask is for far greater transparency and data.
If I can clarify something, this is the sole purpose of this is a report from Spectrum. It's not intended to be a overall. We can add an agenda item at some point and put everything on there, but that's not what this is.
Yeah.
During the budget process, we look at both of them together,
Okay.
and it is open and it is to the public.
Sounds great to me.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
And Jake, this detailed information that he wants, you're available to provide that information to him, aren't you?
At any time, I don't have all the information with me at all times. People have questions on all sorts of things, but.
And has this information been requested from you?
No.
Okay. So I think we'll start with whoever wants information about the Youth Event Center, call Jake. Okay, anything else on this agenda item? No. Okay, let's take a 5-minute break and we'll come back.
Do we approve it?
We got to vote on it.
Oh, we got to vote on the report?
To accept the report.
I made a motion and.
And I
You
second
did?
it.
Okay, those in favor, say
A long
aye.
time ago.
Aye.
Unanimous. 5-minute break. A brief explanation so that everybody knows what to expect. We have timed items. We have a number of 10 o'clock timed items, and a 10:15 timed item, and a 10:30 timed item, all of which have to be taken as soon as they are available. So, agenda items 1.7, 1.8, and 1.9 will be deferred until after we finish the timed items, just so you know. Wait a minute, and I know people are waiting, but we have to follow the schedule. So we'll move on to the 10 o'clock docket. Start with item 1.10. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action on a request to abandon, vacate, and discontinue an approximately 900-foot portion of Stewart Junkin Road. Said road replaced with a different alignment approximately 150 feet east of its current intersection with River Road in accordance with the conditional court approval dated August 22 of this year. Charlie Hastings.
Thank you, Judge. On August the 22nd, 2022, the court conditionally approved a petition to abandon, vacate, and discontinue an approximately 900-foot portion of Stewart Junkin Road, subject to the construction of a replacement road with a different alignment approximately 150 feet east of its current intersection with River Road, in conformance with the plans and specifications titled Stewart Junkin Road. They're signed and sealed by John M. Hewitt, P.E. number 66142, dated May the 13th, 2022. The existing Stewart Junkin Road alignment was to remain in full effect until such time the new alignment construction had been completed and accepted by the Commissioners Court, at which time the new right-of-way for said road and final acceptance of the road would be considered by the court. Final acceptance of the petition to abandon, vacate, and discontinue the road, as well as acceptance of the new road alignment and right-of-way, would be brought back to the court for consideration at a future court meeting, and that's today. On September 29th, 2022, excuse me, a pre-construction meeting was held with the paving contractor, Masters Construction, and construction commenced following the meeting, along with routine inspections by the engineering and road and bridge departments. On November the 9th, 2022, a plat application was received for a subdivision to be known as 4L Estates. Said subdivision includes construction of the relocated Stewart Junkin Road. Therefore, any financial guarantee requirements for the plat will be tied to the construction and one-year warranty of the relocated portion of Stewart Junkin Road, including establishing vegetation in the completed right-of-way and demolition of the old road. And by the way, the area has been hydromulched, and we're starting to see some growth out there. So vegetation is coming along nicely. On December the 6th, 2022, the pavement surface was completed. Therefore, the court is being requested to take action on final acceptance of the petition to abandon, vacate, and discontinue the road, as well as acceptance of the new road alignment and right-of-way. The county engineer requests the court adopt two separate orders for the following two items. Number one, accept from Lee Lehman and Jan Lehman a 1.15 acre tract of land as shown on the survey plat and field notes description prepared by Lee C. Vogel, attached here to as Exhibit A, to serve as right-of-way for the public road known as Stewart Junkin Road. Said road recently relocated and reconstructed in said proposed right-of-way at the Lehman's expense as authorized by the court on August the 22nd, 2022, Precinct 4. And number two, accept a petition to abandon, vacate, and discontinue an approximately 900-foot portion of Stewart Junkin Road. Said petition attached here to is Exhibit B. Said road has been replaced with a different alignment, approximately 150 feet east of its current intersection with River Road, in conformance with the plans and specifications titled Stewart Junkin Road, signed and sealed by John M. Hewitt, P.E. number 66142, plan of record dated November 29th, 2022, and is authorized by the court on August the 22nd, 2022, Precinct 4.
I move for approval of both.
Second.
Let's take them one at a time.
Okay.
I think he needs two orders.
Do we?
So let's take the first one has the abandonment, vacate, and discontinue of the 900-foot existing.
The first one would be accepting the right-of-way from Lee and Jan Lehman.
Okay. So you'll do
Okay, I
that?
move for approval.
That's to accept the 1.5 acre tract from the Lehmans, is that right?
That's right, Charlie, isn't it?
Yes.
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 Okay. We got a motion
That's second.
and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Unanimous. Second motion has to do with accepting the new road?
It's accepting the petition to abandon, vacate, and discontinue. So you accepted right of way, we've got a road built in it, now we're gonna go ahead and abandon the old road.
So we need a motion to abandon, vacate, and discontinue the old road.
I'll move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Unanimous. Do we need to do anything else? Do we need to accept the new road?
You did on the first one.
When we accepted the 1.5 acres?
Yes, sir. Yeah, that was part of what I read.
Just want to make sure that we've got it all done.
Yes, and I believe I gave those to the clerk last week by email, so that she's got the exact wording for how I read it.
And we got everything done on this? That's what I'm trying to make sure. Look
All ready to go.
Okay. Good. We'll move on. The next agenda item is 1.11. Consider, discuss, and take action to approve a list of active subdivisions that will become vested in the 2007 Kerr County subdivision rules and regulations. Our old ones. Charlie.
The following subdivisions are proposed to be vested into the 2007 Kerr County subdivision rules and regulations. 4L Estates, Precinct 4. Apache Trace, Precinct 4. Colton Ridge, Precinct 3. Heavenly Acres, revision of Tract 5, Precinct 4. Hirsch Ranch, Precinct 4. Hidden Draw Ranch, Precinct 4. Hidden Valley Ranch, Section 1, revision of lots 5 and 6, Precinct 1. Hill Country Ranch Estates, revision of tracts 11 and 12, Precinct 3. Kerrville Country Estates 2, revision of tract 26, Precinct 3. Scenic Valley Springs Phase 2, revision of Lot 2, Precinct 1. Soledad Springs Estates, revision of Lot 15, Precinct 1. Sky Harbor Ranchettes, revision of lots 19A and 19B, Precinct 4. Steel Creek Estates, Precinct 2. Turtle Creek Ranches, revision of tracts 301-D1 and 301-D2, Precinct 1. Twin Creeks, it's already vested by the court order on November the 14th, 2022, but we want it on this list. Twin Creeks, Precinct 2. Yellow Roses Estates, Precinct 4. And YO Ranch Headquarters, formerly known as YO HQ, Precinct 4. County engineer requests that the court approve that list to be vested into the 2007 Kerr County subdivision rules and regulations.
Move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve applying the old subdivision rules, the 2007 subdivision rules, to those properties, subdivisions that were just enumerated by Mr. Hastings.
Made a motion.
They got a motion and a second.
Just, I'll make a comment that just for the public is that the reason we're doing this is that these subdivisions are all in process and they're already doing work on all of them. And we've approved revisions and things of that nature, and so it's not fair to change the rules in the middle of a construction project.
I don't think it's legal.
It's probably not legal either.
Yeah, that too.
Minor point.
That's one of those.
I'm sorry.
Are we pretty confident this is a comprehensive list, Charlie?
I'm confident.
Okay.
I have, so that you know, court, I blind copied all of the surveyors that were involved in those to make sure that they didn't have anything else on their list. I haven't heard back from them, but I'm confident. We went through our files. We have extensive files in my office, and if it's outstanding, it's still up on the file waiting for something to happen, and we went through every folder. So.
And January 1 is approaching, and that's when the new rules go into effect. And so we have itemized and enumerated in detail those subdivisions that were grandfathered because the process was begun prior to the new rules being adopted.
Do we need to, at some point, I guess, cancel it? I mean, at some point, if some of these linger around for a while, like in 6 months, if they haven't done anything on them, I mean, I mean, how long do we continue it into the future?
That's
We
a
ought to have
wonderful
cutoff.
question for Chuck Kimbrough, for our outside legal counsel on it, because invariably, it may happen on one of these, and as I present this list, I envision myself checking it off as we go, and coming back and saying, hey, we've got 2 on this list, it's been 9 months, we're coming up on a year, what do we want to do? Legally, what are we supposed to do? I don't know how long the vesting is before.
Well, but we could, as a court, limit the effectiveness of this grandfather grant that we're giving these subdivisions and do it on an annual basis. Say it's 1 year, and then we revisit next year, so that they don't just slip through the cracks forever.
Yes, sir.
That's something we could do.
I mean, I would be in favor of that. I mean, I think that I just hate to have it. I hate to have somebody go into one of these subdivisions in 5 years and say, well, I'm under the rules from way back when.
That would kind of depend on how egregious it all was.
Well, and it also depends on what the law says. We don't know.
But what I like about it is, if we do this on an annual basis and we grant this grandfather provision to these subdivisions for 1 year.
Yeah.
And if they want it, they got to come back next year and show you why they want to continue it.
Right.
And so there is some accountability.
Judge, if I may amend my motion then to include this list to expire 1 year from today's date.
Well, why don't we just do it at the end of the,
End of the
calendar
calendar
year,
year. Okay, that's
December
fine.
31.
December 31.
Is that pending anything?
All we're doing is granting.
I understand what we're doing. I'm saying, is that pending us finding out that we can or can't do it, or that there's a state law that prohibits that? So,
Between the next year, I think we need to, if there's any left on the list in 10 months, I think Charlie needs to, or we need to visit with Chuck Kimbrough, our outside
That's a good
counsel,
point.
and find out where we are.
And I think it'll become a fact-specific inquiry about how much work the developers have done, or what
In the last year.
exactly
Right.
they've done to get them into this rules as they exist today.
Well, we're trying to respect the fact that they had these underway before we changed the rules. But at the same time, I want them invested in the solution.
it's a good faith measure, and it's
And
not
so
legal.
if it goes beyond a year, they've got to come back and show good cause to us, why we need to extend it
Right.
another year.
That makes sense.
Okay.
Any other discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Unanimous. Item 1.12, information and discussion for a potential subdivision referred to as Hidden Draw Ranch. Mr. Hastings.
Thank you. This proposal subdivides 57 acres off of FM 479 into 3 lots. Each lot is proposed to be over 18 acres. Access will be from a new road to be known as Pedernales Lane off of FM 479. It'll be approximately 275 feet long, so just a very short road, a little cul-de-sac, and a safe place for the people to pull off of 479 and access those 3 lots. Also have a little place on that cul-de-sac for them to collect their post, their mail. This property was previously platted as Tract 11 of the Theodore and Dorothy Ayler Estate subdivision. At the developer's request, the court conducted a public hearing and approved a cancellation of that particular plat on November the 14th, 2022. Just a few weeks ago, it got abandoned. This is now allowing them to divide it. County engineer offers this item to the court for information and discussion. Precinct 4.
I move for approval.
We don't have, it's not an action item.
Or it's not?
No, it's just letting us know what they're
We
doing.
already heard this.
It is a preliminary plat, a voluntary preliminary plat is what is submitted to.
Voluntary pre-development.
Pre-development.
We're coming up with new terms, trying to keep them straight.
Can we make an acronym out of that?
Sure we can.
We got enough of them.
Moving on to the next item, 1.13, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action for the court to approve a revision of the Creekside at Camp Verde Phase 2.
On August the 22nd, 2002, the court approved the final plat for Creekside at Camp Verde Phase 2 and accepted bond number 0814615 in the amount of $1,271,784 for associated construction improvements. That was order number 39482. This proposed revision increases the minimum lot size from 5.01 acres to 7.01 acres and reduces the total number of lots from 71 to 56. It also eliminates approximately 400 feet of Palisades Drive, a proposed road. Proposed improvements that are within the floodplain must meet floodplain regulations. The minimum lot size is based on Headwaters Groundwater Conservation District's East Kerr Management Zone. That is what is predicating this change. County engineer requests the court approve a revision of plat for Creekside at Camp Verde, Phase 2, Precinct 2.
I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the revision of plat for Creekside at Camp Verde Phase 2. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Unanimous. Moving on to item 1.14. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to accept a reduction in the letter of credit number 400640200 from $359,951.50 to $170,330.10 as a one-year maintenance financial guarantee for the Paloma Ranch subdivision and maintenance beginning 12/12 of '22. Charlie.
Thank you, Judge. The Paloma Ranch subdivision final plat was approved by the Commissioners Court on November 22nd, 2021, along with letter of credit number 400640200 in the amount of $567,767. It was issued by Guadalupe Bank of Kerrville, Texas, as a financial guarantee for the construction of roads and drainage. On April the 11th, 2022, the court approved a reduction in said letter of credit commensurate with the amount of road and drainage work that had been completed at that time. The new letter of credit amount was $359,951.50. This subdivision includes one new public road, and that's a Paloma Ranch Road. It's about 3,600 feet long, which is about 0.68 miles. It has roadside ditches and a 40-foot span by 5-foot tall bridge, which consists of 4 10-foot wide by 5-foot tall concrete box culverts with 100 linear feet of guardrail on either side of that crossing. It's proposed to be owned and maintained by the county, Paloma Ranch Road. The stormwater drainage detention ponds in this subdivision are privately owned and operated and maintained. A final walkthrough was conducted by engineering and road and bridge staff on November 10th, 2022. Since that time, all deficiencies noted have been addressed. All roads and drainage have been constructed in conformance with the Kerr County subdivision rules and regulations, and the engineering department is in receipt of as-built record drawings dated November 11th, 2022, prepared by Hewitt Engineering. The developer has requested that the court accept a reduction in the letter of credit to the amount of $170,330.10, which is 30% of the subdivision construction cost as required by Section 9.02 of the Kerr County subdivision regulations, and is a financial guarantee that the developer will warrant any defects in the materials or workmanship of the road for the first year following construction completion, as well as perform maintenance of the improvements until they are legally accepted by the county. We're anticipating that being 1 year from now. Maintenance of the road is to include such items as drainage by others, spilled concrete on the streets, mud and debris in the streets, unknown springs, etc. Maintenance of the drainage improvements includes removing debris, resodding eroded areas, and the installation of additional concrete riprap where designated by the county to permanently prevent erosion. That's just if all this happens. At the conclusion of this 1-year bonded maintenance period, Paloma Ranch Road will be brought to the court to be considered for county maintenance acceptance. County engineer requests that the court accept a reduction in letter of credit number 400640200 from $359,951.50 to $170,330.10 as a 1-year maintenance financial guarantee for the Paloma Ranch subdivision, said maintenance beginning today, December the 12th, 2022, Precinct 4.
I move for approval.
Second. Got a motion and a second to approve reducing the letter of credit in the Paloma Ranch subdivision. Any discussion? And this is to reduce it down to $170,330.10. Being no other discussion, those in favor say aye. Aye. Unanimous. Item 1.15, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action for the court to approve and authorize the county judge to execute change order number 4 to the construction contract for the East Kerr Centerpoint Wastewater Collection Project Phase 3, increasing the contract amount by $50,505.97 to pay for and coordinate the relocation of a communication duct bank in direct conflict with sewer line A to Q. Mr. Hastings.
During the construction of line AQ, the sewer line AQ, located on State Highway 27 just west of FM 1350, also known as China Street, a previously unknown duct bank was located by Hill Country Telephone Co-op locators. The Phase 3 contractor, D. Kerr Construction, potholed the duct bank prior to excavating the trench and found that the duct bank elevation is in direct conflict with the sewer. The conflict is less than 200 feet from the end of the sewer line and is preventing completion of line AQ. Upon the discovery of the conflict, the county, Tetra Tech, and D. Kerr investigated multiple alternatives to resolve the conflict. The best resolution is to pay Hill Country Telephone Co-op to relocate the duct bank to a deeper elevation so that the sewer can be constructed clear of the communication facility, and it is fiber optic. A quote was obtained from Hill Country Telephone Co-op to perform the work, and a request for proposal was issued to D. Kerr to support and coordinate with Hill Country Telephone Co-op. This change order includes the payment to Hill Country Telephone Co-op to relocate the communication duct bank and costs associated with contractor coordination with Hill Country Telephone Co-op. The change order increases the contract amount by $50,501.97, of which $41,916.16 is payment to Hill Country Telephone Co-op for the relocation of the communication duct bank. The change order and backup information have been attached to the agenda bill. The change order was reviewed and vetted by the engineer, Tetra Tech, and recommended for execution. This will also add 30 days to the total construction contract.
I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve change order number 4 to the East Kerr County Centerpoint Wastewater Collection Project Phase 3, sewer line AQ. Any discussion? Okay, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Unanimous. Item 1.16, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to open, read, and award the annual bids for road materials. Ms. Hoffer.
Good morning. It's that time of year that we do every year for our road materials. If we're able to, after the bids have been opened and read aloud, we would like to review immediately, return on this court date, December 12th, 2022, and award the annual bids for road materials if possible. If not, we'll bring it back to award, but all bid prices are to begin January 1, 2023, and be in effect until December 31st, 2023. So at this time, I ask the court to open and read all material bids.
All right, our first one is from Wilson Culverts. They did our corrugated Wilson Culverts. Corrugated metal pipe. There's a lot to read. Do we need to read each of the amounts, or can we just say that the kind of what the subject is and who it's from?
What the subject is.
From Wilson Culverts, we have the corrugated metal pipe, and that is it. We'll be here a long, long time if I have to read each bid. There's like 15 or 20 from that
They can
one.
be made available to the public, so that
Next bid is from Brain Tex Materials, Inc. They bid on paving aggregates, base material, hot mix, cold laid asphaltic concrete, and that is it. Next bid is from Wright Asphalt Products Company. They bid on emulsion oils. That is it. Next, the bid from Wheatcraft Material, or Wheatcraft Inc. They did base material, paving aggregates. That is it. Next from Edmund Yansky Incorporated. They did base material, I believe that is it.
No aggregate?
No?
Okay.
Not sure on that. Nope.
Okay.
Next, have a bid from Ergon Asphalt and Emulsions. A bid on emulsion oils. That's it for them. Next bid is from Jason Boney, B-O-N-E-Y. He bid on hot mix, cold laid, asphaltic concrete pavement. That was it. Next one from Vulcan Materials. I bid on paving aggregates, base material, and hot mix, cold laid, asphaltic concrete pavement. Next is P2 Emulsions. Bid on emulsion oils. And that was it. Next from Martin Marietta. They bid on hot mix cold laid asphaltic concrete pavement. Next is from Malbec Materials. They bid on hot mix laid asphaltic concrete pavement. And then we received from Johnson City crushed stone, but we received it late, and I did not open that one. I make a motion that we accept all bids and refer to Road and Bridge Administrator for review.
The ones that were timely filed.
The ones that are timely filed.
Okay, got a motion and a second to accept the timely filed bids. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay,
Is that unanimous?
here you go, Ms. Hope.
Thank you.
Oh, that's why you're here tonight.
Okay. And move on to item on the agenda 1.17. It's a 10 o'clock item. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to ratify and confirm the withdrawal of the FEMA request for public assistance to Texas severe winter storms 4586-DR-TX for Category C roads and bridges. Ms. Putnam.
Okay, so this is finally over. I believe that this is one of, if not the first thing I was assigned when I started here a year ago, was to work on the winter storm disaster for the FEMA for the roads and bridges. In that time, the Road and Bridge Department has been amazing. The engineer, county engineer Charlie Hastings, has been amazing. They have helped me so much. I do want to let everyone know that in the process of redoing these roads, the Road and Bridge Department had to go off of their maintenance schedule in order to repair the ones that had been damaged in the storm significantly, which set them back quite a bit on their regular maintenance, and that department has worked so hard to get our roads going, as well as giving me the information I needed for FEMA, which was a lot. They asked for everything. I believe we have records on our roads dating back to the 30s, if not 50s earlier. So in the process of getting all this information over to FEMA and giving them all the information, it has come down to the point that we do not have pictures of the roads prior to the storm to show what the condition was previously. And so they do not think that the damage to the roads was caused by the winter storm, although anyone who lives in this county has driven on them and know what they were before and what they were after. So it's with regret that we do need to withdraw the our request for assistance in this disaster, because we have received determination letters denying it. I have appealed, and there is no further way to go. We do not have any more evidence.
And for clarification, the main issue here was Ranchero Road.
Ranchero
And
Road,
Shepherd
the
Reese.
biggest ones were Ranchero, Shepherd Reese, and Ranchland
Right.
Road were the major ones, but there was, I believe, 13 roads
Right.
in total.
And we've applied, and they rejected, and we've appealed, and they rejected, and we've exhausted all our remedies to try to get them to help us for the cost of repairing these roads.
As
And the
it,
amount
as it
of,
turned out also, we found out that Shepherd Reese Road was substandard in some areas, so that was actually a good find, and that's been fixed.
But I think all you're asking us to do is just go ahead and accept the fact that we're going to
Yes,
drop this
so there's an
application. We're not going to appeal anymore.
there is an official piece of paper that they want us to sign that has been signed, and so we need to ratify it, stating that we are withdrawing our request for, it's called public assistance. We're withdrawing our FEMA request.
I think we knew it was a long shot to begin with.
All true.
Why do we have to withdraw it if they've already rejected us?
Because they're a 900-pound gorilla in the room. And they tell us what we have to do.
And they'll probably block anything if we have another request without it.
It's just,
Okay, there you go.
it's just,
It's the hammer.
it's working with the state.
It's a lot of frustration, especially with how hard everybody in the county has worked on this. And again, I just cannot express my gratitude to the Road and Bridge Department for all their patience and diligence. And we had, I believe it was somewhere around 300 pieces of evidence that I uploaded into the grant portal for this project. It was a lot of work, and they gave that all to me in order to do it. And so there is some frustration, but Yes, we just need to ratify that this is signed and we are withdrawing.
I make a motion that we ratify the withdrawal of the grant request. For
Second.
FEMA.
Got a motion and a second to ratify the withdrawal of the grant request. And let me just say, this was Noel's baptism by fire. And her and her supervisor, our boss, not only pulled their own hair out, they pulled out what little I have left, trying to get this thing done. And I can tell you that everyone associated with the county has done an outstanding job of trying to help us with this. And we are very grateful to your OJT, on-the-job training. Learn grants the hard way. But
I think I can do anything now.
yeah, I have confidence that you can.
You
Because I
really
watched-
shouldn't say that.
It could not get worse, I swear. Knock on wood.
I don't know.
So with that said, anything else on this topic? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Unanimous.
Thank you.
And thank Jody too.
Thank you, Jody.
Okay, we have a 10:15 timed item, which is, and we're well past that. Consider discuss
here.
take. Yeah. Consider discuss take appropriate action to approve a memorandum of understanding with Camp Gladiator to offer an employee discount and allow the county judge to sign something. Ms. Sullivan.
Good morning. I forwarded an MOU to you from Camp Gladiator. They would like to offer an employee discount to anyone who signs up for their program. Any county employees that sign up for their program, I believe it's 5% for the employee. It's 10%, sorry. And then if a spouse also signs up, then it's 35. Apparently, I don't know any of this. There's no cost to the county, but there's just an MOU for the county judge to sign.
And I reviewed it.
Yes.
Got a motion?
Yes. I'll second the question.
A second? Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Discussion?
What is Camp Gladiator? What do
So
the employees do?
we have some representatives from Camp Gladiator that can explain the program.
Please.
It's a fitness program.
Right.
Yes, we're an in-person and online group fitness program.
Podium, please.
Oh,
We've got a public that wants to hear what you're saying.
Okay, great. Great, no pressure.
Identify
We are
yourself.
an in-person.
Identify yourself.
Oh, I'm Madeline Ebling. I'm the regional director for South Texas.
Okay.
And we are an in-person and online group fitness program with nutrition support as well. And so what we would like to offer all the employees of Kerr County is just a discount if they want to participate. It's not exclusive or anything, and is at no cost to the county. But it's certified. We're all certified personal trainers who put people through full body workouts.
And you do it, it can be done online, or it is done online?
It's done online and in person. So we partner with churches, schools, businesses, and typically offer it outdoors.
Okay. Thank you.
Any reason we ought not do this?
Look around.
I resemble that. So we have a motion and a second on the floor. Any other discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Unanimous. Thank you. The next 10:15 timed item is consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve renewing the Kerr County Incentive Program as part of the Texas Association of Counties Healthy County Rewards Program for 2023. Ms. Holden.
This is just to, this is me coming to you to ask if you will renew the incentive program that we've had in place for the last few years for employees. If they complete 3 out of the 4 challenges that TAC Healthy County sets and gets an annual physical and turns in that proof to HR, then they get 1 paid day off, extra paid day off next year in 2023.
How's this going?
You know, I didn't ask HR to see how it's gone. We don't know yet for this year how it's going, but I know that there are a number of people that look forward to this and get the extra paid day off.
That does not apply to elected officials, by the way.
No.
You work every day, like it or not.
That's why I delete those emails.
I move for approval. Motion for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve continuation of the Kerr County Incentive Program.
Tracy, it would be good to follow up on Mr. Blue to let us know.
I will.
Just, you don't have to come to court and do it, just send us an email or something and say how many
Okay.
Yeah.
participants.
I will do
Good.
that.
Hey, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Unanimous. Okay, now we move to the 10:30 docket. First item is 1.20. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve the contract with Motorola for communication system and authorize the county judge to sign same. Sheriff.
Judge, I'm gonna ask to pass on this item. We're still working with,
Okay.
the attorneys from Motorola and Grant Works to come up with the contract that we're looking for on this.
Is that true for 1.21 also?
No, sir.
Okay. So we're passing on 1.20. You good with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Moving on to 1.21, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve contract with Motorola Solutions for a WatchGuard body-worn camera system and cloud storage network, and to authorize county judge to sign same.
Yeah,
Sheriff
Judge,
Blake.
we need, it's separate than the 1.20, but we need to pass on that one too. I believe Lieutenant Gage has emailed, sent an email to you. We need you to verify the budget line item adjustment in e-grants. So he's emailed you kind of with some instructions, so we'd like to pass to the next court.
My boss says I don't have it yet.
No,
We have it?
got the email.
Yeah, that's okay.
So we need, it's just the portal that I go in and do again?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I loved working on the computers like that. But I have good help.
Yes, definitely.
So we'll pass on 1.21.
Yes, sir.
Okay, with that, we're going back to the items that we skipped over because of the timed items. We're now back to the untimed agenda. And that will start with item 1.7, which is to consider, discuss, and take appropriate action. Is she here? Dawn was here, I know.
I reviewed this contract for Westlaw. Is that what you just heard, Judge?
Well, I haven't read it yet. I'm getting ready to call it. I hear what you're saying, but I thought Ms. Lance might want to be here.
She just might need a few minutes to
Okay.
back down.
Well, yeah, let me go ahead and call 1.9 because she's here. I see her. 1.9 is consider, discuss, take appropriate action to ratify and confirm the audits required by Article 59.06 of the Code of Criminal Procedure and the FY 2021 Chapter 59 Asset Forfeiture Reports for the 198th District Attorney, the 216th District Attorney, and the Kerr County Sheriff. Ms. Shelton.
Yes, the auditor's office has performed the audits as you just described. The audit covered receipts and specific expenditures of all proceeds and property in seized and forfeited accounts. I'm asking that Commissioners Court ratify and confirm the attached reports.
Move for approval.
Got a motion and a second to approve ratification and confirmation of the audits as required by law as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Okay. Let's go back to 1.7. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve Thomson Reuters Westlaw Edge Platform 36-month contract to renew January 1, 2023 for Kerr County Law Library and to have the county judge sign same. Ms. Lands.
Good morning, Judge Commissioners. This is the Thomson Reuters West Proflex that the attorneys and judges use. So I'm just asking that the court renew our subscription for 36 months.
Move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve renewing the Westlaw contract for another 36 months. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 1.8, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to accept donations of gift cards that were given to the tax assessor's office for the Kerr County Christmas party. Mr. Reeves.
Yes, good morning, gentlemen. From time to time, my office receives, or my employees receive gift cards for various merchandise. We have 3 Whataburger gift cards in the amount of $10, 1 H-E-B's in the amount of $10, and a Nobility gift card in the amount of $10. Since we cannot accept those, I would like the county to accept them. the donations, and they'll be used, as in past years, as door prizes at the Christmas party. So all county employees get the option to have them.
I move for approval.
Well, wait a minute, you just reminded me, I have 2 of them in my pocket for that, so do we have to include those? Or can I just give them to
I'm
Jody?
gonna leave that up to you, Commissioner.
I'll give them to Jody and she'll figure out what to do with them.
Well, if you give them to Bob, then he can donate them to Jody.
Well, that's why I'm asking if those need to be included.
I think you can
I
just
got
go
2
straight
more
to-
HEB cards to put in the thing.
Yeah.
What we're
So
talking
who do I
about-
give them to?
These were given,
Jody.
Okay,
These were given to his employees in his office.
yeah.
And so now he's giving them back to the county.
Well, thank you for reminding me, because I
And
would've walked off.
yours are given, put in your possession for the benefit of the county, which you just give it directly to Jody.
Okay.
Two different ones.
That'll work.
So we've got a motion and a second
Yes.
to approve the gift cards. I need a second. I know you had a motion.
Second.
Second? Those, any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against? None?
Thank you.
Unanimous.
Do what?
Your honesty from there.
Okay, flipping back over to
Honesty from there.
where we stopped at the time items, which is 1.22. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve a $135 donation from Network for Good to the Sheriff's Equipment Fund. Sheriff.
Good. Judge and Commissioners, just looking for your approval to be able to accept this donation and put it in our equipment fund.
I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the donation to the Sheriff's Office as presented. Any discussion?
Who made the motion in the second?
Don made the motion, Hardy made the second. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Against? Unanimous.
Thanks.
Here we go. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to address the possibility of prohibiting the sale or use of restricted fireworks, i.e. skyrockets with sticks and missiles with fins, in any portion of the unincorporated area of Kerr County pursuant to the local government code for the December fireworks season. We have to consider it every year.
I checked this morning and the Keach Byram report or index, and we're not there, so.
So we're not
They can
able to
go-
prohibit them.
That's right. So we just pass on them, I guess. Take his land.
No action.
No action. Moving on to item 1.24. Consider, discuss, take appropriate action to determine liaison positions for 2023 and review the liaison position duties. Okay. That was
24, 1.24.
Okay. Got it. What we did is, we passed around to the members of the court, with the exception of Commissioner Gibson, because he's not going to be here next year. This is probably your last official meeting. What can we call the special meeting?
Jody says we have one more coming.
One more coming?
Yeah.
What date is that? 27th?
Yes.
Yeah, all right. We tried.
Payroll, so.
But I passed around all the liaison positions that are available and some new ones, such as we haven't had a liaison position for the aggregate producers. We need to have one for that. We don't have one for the SART team. Technically, your county's responsible. We ought to have somebody paying attention to what they're doing. And then also, one of the big things that have come up that we need somebody probably for the next couple of years is this Eclipse Roundtable. This is going to be a huge thing, the Eclipse. And we need to have somebody on this court that's working with the group that is organizing everything to keep us in the loop of what they're doing. So those were added positions. And we sent them around to the existing commissioners and myself, and we all ranked the liaison positions that we would be willing or like to serve in. And so what we're going to do is, if you look at what is attached to us here, is the, and I think we've got all the backup that we did on how people ranked them. But what we're going to do is the commissioner liaisons, what I'm going to move, this is my motion, that we appoint the following liaison positions. For courthouse security, Commissioner Paces. For Kerr County Animal Services, Animal Services, Commissioner Letts. For environmental health and OSSF, Commissioner Paces. Hill Country Regional Public Defender's Office. Myself and Commissioner Letts, we serve on that board. Information Technology, Commissioner Ballou. Investment Committee, Commissioner Paces. Maintenance and Courthouse Facilities Liaison, Commissioner Harris. Public Relations Officer, Commissioner Ballou. Veteran Services Officer, I've been asked personally by the council to do that one, so I will take that on. Victim Services Coordinator, Commissioner Paces. 911, and never make the mistake of calling that 911. I did that one time. It's 911. Commissioner Ballou. ACOG, I serve as the primary position on that. I was just elected vice chair of ACOG, and my alternate is Commissioner Harris. And then on Airport Board, be Commissioner Letts and myself. City Fire and EMS, Commissioner Ballou. Economic Development, Commissioner Letts and myself. Extension Office, Commissioner Harris. Hill Country Youth Event Center, Commissioner Harris. Historical Commission, Commissioner Ballou. Library Board, Commissioner Harris. And Volunteer Fire Departments will be Commissioner Harris. And then, pardon?
Mental health.
Go ahead and finish tonight.
And for the APO, Commissioner Paces, that's mainly Precinct 2. Then we have the SART team, says Jay. That's me? The judge, okay, I got it. I've worked with those people, and they're really delightful to work with. And then the Eclipse Roundtable, Commissioner Paces.
I spoke with Rich Paces a couple weeks ago, and since I was going to go ahead and take on the library position, I traded with him and gave him the VFDs. He's already a volunteer fire department.
Okay.
I still work with the 4 VFDs in my precinct, but he'll be the liaison for that group.
Judge, I have another, it's kind of a division that I'd recommend. Right now, Animal Services, OSSF, and Environmental Health are kind of lumped together. They're really.
I separated them.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I separated them so that you're going to do Animal Services, and Commissioner Paces is going to do Environmental.
Oh, okay.
And that's a separation that's been needed for some time.
You might have said it, I missed it. Did you say Human Resources? Who's going to take that? Is it Commissioner Lett?
Well, let me get.
I was going to stay with
maybe
Human
I'll do-
Resources for one more year,
Yeah.
then someone else is taking it.
Right. So Human Resources will be Commissioner Letts, and he will train somebody to replace him.
Judge, did you go over in the investment committee? Or-
I did.
Yeah.
That's Commissioner Paces.
Paces.
I think we've done them all.
Yeah, you got a lot of good ones.
So, and this is more personal to Commissioner Paces, or Commissioner-elect Paces. Seniority counts. So the ones that were here got to choose first. And I apologize, but that's the way we did it. So that's my motion. Is there a second?
Yes.
Any discussion? Any protest?
We could put you on a couple more.
That's why I threw you that softball.
Okay.
But-
No, wait.
Just before we vote, though, just a comment, and this is, all the liaison really is a point person for someone in those departments to contact the court with. It doesn't, certainly is not intended and does not mean that any commissioner or judge can't talk to any department or do anything else they want. I mean, so it's kind of a more benefit to the departments. So they have someone initially to talk to, because we have to be very careful about, we can't talk amongst ourselves. So they have someone they can talk to, and then a lot of times they'll talk, if something comes up with Animal Services, Reagan will talk to each of us. So it's not like you're cut out of anything. It's just a way to facilitate communication, and when questions come up between agendas, kind of that gives some guidance. There's no additional authority comes with any of these liaison positions. You can't, it takes the court to make a decision. So.
And the the liaison does not have to put an item on the agenda for any of these organizations. 911 can put something on the agenda by themselves, Historical Commission, whoever.
Well,
Convenience.
I agree with everything that's been said, but a liaison is, it's axiomatic, it's a two-way street. And it's meant to give the department heads and the elected officials a contact directly to the court, so they've got somebody they can call, whether it's good or bad, but just a contact person that is assigned to look after their interest and report back. And then the other part of the two-way is that liaison commissioner then comes back and reports to us, usually in the information part of the agenda is where we get that, sometimes in commissioner comments. But that's because of the Open Meetings Act. We can't go talk to them all at one time, so that commissioner brings that information back to the court and lets us know how these departments are doing, which are usually, if there's nothing going on and we don't get a report, we assume everything's good. But if there's things going on that we need to know about, they bring it to our attention so that we can address it. That's all I've intended for the liaison position to do, is for us to help the departments and the offices and report back to the court on how we're doing.
And it works very well. Yeah.
And this agenda item also includes the duties of the liaison, which is part of your backup.
Right.
To be reviewed and approved again. So.
We do have written policies as to what those duties are, and they are attached, and this would include, the motion and the second would include readopting those defined duties. Any other discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, moving on. Next agenda item is 1.25. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve surplus of 3 vehicles to Enterprise Fleet Program 2012 Ford F-150 and 2 2014 Dodge Ram pickups. Reagan Gibbons.
Good morning. This is my first time to come to report on this, but we did get a couple of new vehicles in, and looking at getting rid of 3 that were in such a state they needed to pretty much be parked.
We're aware.
So just looking for approval.
Move for approval.
Second.
The surplus 3 vehicles.
There's a motion and a second to surplus these 3 vehicles and animal services. Any discussion?
Who made the motion in the second? I apologize.
Jonathan made the motion.
And I made the second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Item 1.26, discussion related to design and construction process of new animal control facility. Commissioner Letts.
Yeah, I put this on the agenda so we can start moving forward on this. There's a number of, I don't know that any is going to take action in the near future, but they will eventually, certainly. But a couple of what I'd recommend is that Peter Lewis has been done a lot of work on this. He's under contract with the county, and for this project alone, continue with Peter Lewis. He's done a lot of the design work already, preliminary work, and understands the needs. The second thing that we need to start working on, this will be Kelly Huffer and Charlie Hastings to be involved with this, is site plan. The site was originally planned for part use by maintenance department, part use by road and bridge, and part used by animal services. Only the animal services portion passed the bond, but we still need to, in my opinion, coordinate exactly how that site's going to be used so that it's planned for future use.
And to clarify that, we bought 16 acres off of Spur 100 behind the road and bridge. Fronts on 27, fronts on Spur 100, and it's an unusually shaped 16 acres. But the site plan is only going to be for animal services. The other things that we plan to do out on the rest of the acreage can't be addressed at this time.
Well, we can plan for where they would go if they're ever built. That's the point, so we don't put, and that's just kind of coordinating that.
One of Road and Bridge's request was to increase the size of their yard.
Right.
And we own that land, and we can do that at very little expense.
Right.
But in terms of doing anything to the structure itself where Road and Bridge is located, we can't do that.
Can't do that right now. Then the next, the actual plan of the facility. We've had a plan that we've looked at Peter Lewis has developed a plan. KPA has given Reagan a plan. My recommendation at this point is that, Reagan kind of be in charge and working with myself, Peter, KPA, to come up with a plan to bring to court and present to the public. I think it would be, we've looked at it enough and Reagan's looked at it enough that I don't think we need a committee to design this. I think we just need to come up with a design because the budget's going to be a big consideration as to what we do out there. So anyway, that'd be that part of it. And then after all of that, the site plan and the facility plan is, Reagan's comfortable with it. And the other parties within the county are comfortable then presenting to the public for comment. It seems like that's a plan to move forward. And then hopefully, sometime first, second quarter, get that to Peter Lewis. He'd come up with the final cost estimate and see where we are. So anyway, if that's acceptable to everybody, I don't think we need a motion, it's just discussion. That's kind of how I see it moving forward for the next couple of months.
And
Any discussion?
Yes, a reminder that this is animal control. This is not an animal shelter that we're building. Some people seem to have that confused in their mind. We're not building an adoption center. There's a lot more to animal control than that.
Right.
Okay, there being no other discussion, we'll move on to item 1.27. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to acknowledge that the Hill Country District Junior Livestock Show Association and the Kerr County Stock Show are the same entities.
I put this on the agenda just for a clarity standpoint. Our agreement is with the Hill Country District Junior Livestock Show for the use of that facility, and there's a partnership we have with them. We now have a separate county stock show, Kerr County Stock Show, and they run it, they do it as a DBA. I just want it clear that, they are the same entities. No action needed on that, it's just a matter of just acknowledging that, I think.
I think that clarifies. And we used to host the entire district show. That's why it got named Hill Country District Junior Livestock Show. Now, that district show has been divided up and different counties host different competitions. But we still have the same people that are on that board doing the local stock show that we do here.
Right. And Judge, maybe we should, I'll make a motion just to memorialize it in the future if someone ever has a question, that the Hill Country District Junior Livestock Show and Kerr County Stock Show are the same entities.
Well, really, it's almost like a DBA.
Yeah, that's what it is.
It's an assumed name.
Right.
And that's easily fixed. We just file it in the assumed name records with
It should
Kim.
already be
It's already there.
operating and collecting money.
Okay. So,
Judge,
yes, sir.
I asked the association CPA this morning about this event.
Did you wake her up?
Yeah.
No, she got up before I did.
For those of you that don't know, it's his wife.
She's also on the executive board. They have had a assumed name drawn up through legal counsel. The corporation is still Hill Country District Junior Livestock Show Association Incorporated. And the Kerr County Stock Show just operates under that corporation.
That's right.
Okay. Probably, we don't need a motion, but probably we do need, Bob, if you would have Janet get that to us so we can put it in our file, our stock show file. That way it'll be clear and we'll have that in our permanent record.
We got it.
Well, we got it.
Down the hall.
If it's a corporation, it won't go to us anymore, it goes to the state.
State.
It can, but it's not required.
That way we have it in our file, or Jody has it in her.
You can do it.
Okay.
Well, thank your CPA for us, okay? Item 1.28, consider, discuss, take appropriate action to approve extension of housing agreement for interim human resources director. Mr. Letts.
We've talked about it and, extended the contract with Carmen for up to 3 more months. Part of that comes in that we provide the housing, and there is an increase. Jody talked to him that because there is an increase, that it may only be for 2 months, and the third month may be remote. That would be decided down the road, and they were willing to stay with the same rate. So the total amount for the 3-month period would be $8,217. It would be less if we go to remote for that last month, and that's something we'll decide in a couple of months. And I would make the motion to approve that agreement with Paradise Retreat Vacation Homes for a 3-month extension. Would be January, February, and March, and the funds would come from contingency.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the housing agreement for our interim HR director.
Will we talk about the 2 months with the option of the third? Do you want to sign the contract for 3 months, or do you want him to send a new one with 2 months?
2 months with the option for a third. Is my intent.
And the only thing that I would add is that I was struck this morning when we got the report from Jake on the use of the Hill Country Youth Event Center, that January and February are our busiest months here in Kerr County. And so it doesn't surprise me that the price went up. I don't like it. Nobody likes prices to go up. But under the circumstances, I think that's probably market responsive. So, any other discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. 1.29, update on volunteer first responder program.
This is very short, and this is because Harley made a presentation a little bit ago with confusion about it, and we found the confusion. I didn't find it. HR and Misty with the Carroll Fire Department found that they have not been communicating. There are actually 20 plus active volunteers, but we didn't know about it.
Right. They're not on a list.
Or HR didn't have an accurate list. So I just wanted to clarify that, and they're still working on a workshop sometime in the first quarter, probably January, February, to get up with that. But Misty and Rosa went through it and found out that, oh, we do have quite a few people that are first responders.
Well, I know we pay for supplies.
Right.
So, because I see all those invoices and sign them, but I couldn't find a person to be part of it.
But the good news is that the city and the county talked to the proper departments, and now we know.
We're actually talking to the city?
Well, I should have asked Misty in the first place instead of asking Eric. That was the mistake.
Well, what it goes to prove is the old maxim that when in doubt, check it out. Yeah, well done.
And Harley, and talking to Brian Alexander, the next CARFA meeting in January, he knew that you'd had some questions. Eric Maloney's supposed to be there to talk about this, and he asked if you wanted to come to extend the invitation. And so,
Commissioner, what's the date?
I don't have it right off. Anyway, I'll get it to you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. The last item on our consideration agenda is 1.30. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to renew the contract with the Kerr Economic Development Corporation. Mr. Letts.
Yes, going through some paperwork and contracts, I realized that our contract with KEDC, it's an annual contract. It doesn't have an automatic renewal in it, and we have not renewed it since 2019, even though we've been paying. So I thought it'd probably be good to go ahead and get a contract. I sent it over. I did make the change that it automatically renews. Still the same cancellation provisions in there, and then we updated the annual amount this year that's in our budget, and then talk about future payments that we appropriate. Anyway, other than that, it's the same contract. I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve contract for KEDC. Any
Did the
discussion?
county attorney look at it?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
It's always good to ask.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Moving on to the approval agenda. 2.1, budget amendments.
Yes, you have in front of you one budget adjustment. This is just a reallocation between existing budget lines.
I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the budget amendments as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. 2.2, pay bills.
Yes, today's invoices for your consideration amount to $1,586,309.74.
I move we pay the bills.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to pay the bills as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. 2.3, late bills.
Yes, late bills for today, $2,760.
Move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve payment of the late bills. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. 2.4, auditor reports.
There are not any.
Thank you. 2.5, monthly reports.
Yes. Excuse me. For November 2022, County Clerk Jackie J.D. Dowdy, Auditor's Monthly Report, Tanya Shelton, Environmental Health OSFF, Director Ashley Batters, District Clerk Dawn Lance, Constables Precinct 1 Tommy Rodriguez, Precinct 2 Kyle Snyder, Precinct 3 Paul Gonzalez, Precinct 4 Brad Ryder, Justice of the Peace Precinct 1 Mitzi French, Precinct 2 J.R. Horn, Precinct 3 Kathy Mitchell. I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the monthly reports as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. 2.6, court orders.
We have our court orders from our November 28th regular meeting. Court orders 39679 through 39702. They all look to be in order and accurate. I'll move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the orders as court orders as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Information agenda 3.1, status report from department heads.
Go back to 1/6 bids.
You want to?
I don't know that we're ready.
Let's not ask for the department heads reports just yet. Let's go back and call
1/6.
1.16, which are the Kerr County materials bids.
Sorry, I forgot to give that to you.
Sorry.
But
Sorry.
is Kelly out there?
They're still working on it.
Are they still working?
Okay.
on it?
We'll
We'll come
move
back
on.
to it.
Any department heads have a status report? Any elected officials have status reports? Okay. Commissioners, status reports.
None.
I can't tell if you were thinking or not.
Well, I'm thinking about it. Seems like I should, but no.
Okay. Then we have, we're going to recess, go into executive session, and I'm going to call items 4.2, which is consultation with our attorney for the, to seek advice from the attorneys regarding A, the authority and scope of grant partnerships and any other matter described in the meeting agenda. And we're also going to do 4.3A, which is, and we'll do that, well, it's already 11 o'clock, which is to consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to conduct interviews for agri-life extension agents and hire the position as appropriate. So that's what we're going to consider in the executive session. We'll take a brief recess and reconvene in about 5 minutes. come out of executive session. And we go on to the action agenda, 5.1. Action may be required on matters discussed in the executive session. And we've got the AgriLife Extension Agent position that needs to be filled.
I'll make a motion that we authorize Michael Haynes, the Texas AgriLife, to make an offer to Mike Morris.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. They have Mike make an offer to Mike Morris, right?
Yeah, I guess the recommendation is Philip Mike Morris. Is actually full name.
Okay, any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Thank you.
It's almost lunchtime.
Yeah.
I mean dinner.
Are we adjourned?
Yes, we're adjourned. Sorry.